For all the breeds. They have raised monies to give each of the breed champions a $10,000 scholarship, which when you add that up, 10 breeds, that's $100,000 of scholarships that they're going to be handing out this afternoon at around 1 o'clock-ish. It kind of depends when they get finished, but they've kind of got it scheduled for 1 o'clock. It could be a little bit later, but tune in, of course, at 1 to see if everything's a go at that point. And if we know something as we go along this morning that changes or updates, we'll be glad to update you on anything that might change or in that respect. Looks like we've got 6 pens so far, this being the Class 102. If you've just now joined us, there is 27 head in this class. The weight ranges from 279 to 282. Out in the big ring, we have 4 heads so far. Just continuing on the scholarships a little bit, the San Antonio, and how they kind of transitioned through this and how they got to where they are today. They started scholarship giving in the Barrows show back in 1997. It was a $6,000 scholarship, but only given to the grand champions. Then later, as they continued to work hard at this and people became very supportive of these scholarships, they were able to raise monies to give, as I mentioned, the breed champions a $10,000 scholarship. It began in 2007. The first recipient of that was Miles Delm back in 2007. Great young man, is now married and has a little one. The Delms family had always had some really outstanding livestock, and congratulations to the Delms and Miles for winning the first $10,000 scholarship in the Barrows show in the crossbreds. Looks like we've got 7 pinned. However, I'm sure there's some in the back. The judges are now in the big ring. They're viewing what they have out here. They placed 10. Unfortunately, only 5 will run across the auction or get an auction slot. Looks like they're talking about a possibility here of pulling one. Yep, they did. I think the young man, I believe here, in the purplish-looking shirt with his white cross. They're both out there viewing to make sure there's not any additional ones. Looks like they're good. So this are the ones that they're going to work with. And
when I think they have 10, I think there's still one underneath us here.
Yeah, they just pulled one back out of the big ring, and I guess, is that 10th play?
I believe so.
Or 10th one. So what they're doing is they're waiting to make sure that this one makes weight within the 10 pounds of what they've turned in, and if it does, then they'll excuse the ones out in the big arena. Another thing that keeps people coming here to San Antonio is the monies that they raise for these kids in the auction. The auction last year, the Grand Champion Barrow brought $76,700. They've just now excused these out of the big ring. Congratulations to hard work by all of these young people out here. To even get this far is quite the accomplishment. And talking about the sale then, the reserve grand was $50,450. The Barrows sale brings in, last year was the second highest amount of monies raised through auction. They're the second highest species at over $2 million. The steers being the highest. Here we've let out the first one. out of Class 102. As we mentioned, we have 10 of them pinned. We'll get the second one out. Kind of interesting here. Really good. This one was probably shown, I would suspect, maybe in the, not sure, maybe the Landrays, maybe the Chesters. Probably the Chesters is what I'm betting possibly. But it's good to see that this one's in with these crosses and is pulled in the top 10. They've pulled the young lady out with the yellow shirt back. Historically, they have pulled back anywhere from, in these crosses, from 6 to 7 head. And then placed down from there all the way through 10th place. So we've got 5 out so far, 1 pull back. We're fixing to let out the 6th one.
So all 10 of these placing, I guess there's 10 total, Wayne. So all 10 of them will get a rosette, with 5 making the sale here at San Antonio. You know, when he had 18 in that last class, they pulled back. Only 6. They only pulled back 6 out of 18. And I was telling the viewers earlier, I said, you know, the biggest class they ever pulled on the initial sort was 19, and that was that Hamp class. But they've done, that was like the second or third time they pulled that many, which was 18 back.
Yeah, that
doesn't happen very often. But
no.
like Eric said, he said this is the deepest class I've seen up to this point.
Kind of reminds me of the last class of the Hamps in Wave 1. They pulled 19 that time.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was talking about, class of Hamps, yeah, for 19. They pulled back 2 so far for the top ends of the class. And they have 1 more to let out here. I don't think they'll pull but about 5 here.
Yeah, they're not pulling them back quite as quick in this class. Looks like they've got their 3rd one pinned
The young
back.
man in the teal here.
Got a 4th one. Looks like the young man here in the purplish.
I have a feeling they're just going to pull 5 back. Young lady in the green. She'll be the 5th one, and I think they're going to kind of talk it over.
Yeah.
Looks like we had a Landrace that's out here that
yeah, I was kind of curious. I thought it was probably a Landrace.
It's a Chester,
or
I
a
guess.
Chester.
Excuse me, it's a Chester.
It'd be interesting to see
know.
what they ran it as. Because I don't know.
It has Chester characteristics.
It looks more Chester than Landrace to me.
Looks like you bred a Chester and a Landrace together, and that's what you ended up with. But he's got the buttons now, so he's going to play 6th, which is the young lady in the red with the red bow. She'll be your 6th place. So the 5 they pin back will all get sale slots then here at San Antonio.
Yeah, and in fact,
young man in the brown is 7th.
4 of them will go across the stage. There's the young lady in place next.
Young lady in the colorful shirt was 9th, and the young lady in the turquoise and pink
will be number
was 10th.
10.
Now we're going to pull our top 5 exhibitors out here and place from 5th down to 1st.
So the top 4 will actually walk stage. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that if you haven't kept up with us on that. This first one coming out. As the judges are now going to evaluate the top 5 in Class 102. And they'll place them from 5th up to our class winner. What they'll do is go ahead and let all 5 of them out. Both of them will evaluate these barrows, and then a lot of times they'll confer a little bit to see how they see if they're on the same page on what they see before they do their final placing.
class 103. First call, class 103. Hitter.
Young man with the calico barrel will be your 5th place. Now we're down to our top 4 here, Wayne. Like you said, all 4 of these individuals will walk the stage tomorrow during the pig sale.
Yes, what they're doing is all 4. Oh, young man will be, what, 4th?
Young man in the teal will be 4th.
Mm-hmm. So we've got 2 young ladies out here,
Young
1
man in the
gentleman.
green will be 3rd.
Dark green,
So
3rd.
we're down to our top 2 here. Young lady will be in the yellow will be 2nd, and the young man will be 1st.
Congratulations to each and every one of these, and here's Eric on his reasons.
Really nice class winner. The young man's driving out here, and he wins this one pretty handily for us. And you talk about one that just got balance from the side, and like Brandon said, everything's moving in the right direction. You get on top of this guy is where you really can appreciate him. He has got a monster top, a huge upper rib. I love the center cage this guy has, and when he gets out here, his length of hip is ideal. His range of motion from behind is almost as good as you can make on one that's this dense and this burly. This guy is sound and comfortable, and just no major problems with that guy. The young lady's got one in 2nd that's a good kind of barrel. Reads to be a little longer, reads to be just a little flatter through his center body and when you get right in behind him. But that is an extended barrel up through his front end that is tall-shouldered. He is heavy structured and extremely, extremely mobile. Just doesn't have that center cage that one we started with did. That's a good kind of barrel to fall 2nd. The young lady that's going to be 3rd out here has got one that one again you can when you get right on top of this guy from his blade back is very, very impressive. Stout featured all the way around. He's a heavy-legged one. He gets out here. He wants to close up just a little bit up front. He's just not one that just opened up and cracked open like some of these other ones are in this class, but that is a tall-shouldered, good-looking barrel that's got some feature. The young man's got a nice one here. He gets out. He's just a sound, functional type of barrel. Doesn't have all the bells and whistles the other ones do in this class, but he's got a big back. He's got a great hip and hind leg. Needs more feature. Needs to be heavier structured and bigger ankled to talk about moving him on up. Young man here that come from the Dead Sea, he's got a really neat one from the side. You talk about one that runs uphill and gives you a good look up through his front end. He is cracked open off either end, no doubt, and he's presented extremely well. He too is just one that gets a little more refined at the ground and needs more center body, needs more center cage, especially in that upper rib relative to the rest of the class. The young lady's got a really nice one coming out here next. Stout featured all the way around, just sound and functional, needs more center cage, needs more spread and density up high to get talk about moving him on up. The rest of these barrels coming out, really good barrels in their own right. Good time to start the round this class off with.
Well, there you have it. That concludes Class 102. Moving on to Class 103 now. 29 head in Class 103, and weight ranges are 283 to 285. We will get those placings from the top 10 individuals in Class 102 here shortly to you guys. While they're sorting this Class 103 here, we're going to go and read you the top 10 placings from Class 102. In 10th place, we had Gracie Jackson. 9th place went to Addison White. 8th place was shown by Molly Hubnock. Hope I said that right, Molly. 7th, Jeremiah Rivera. 6th, Hattie Hawkins. 5th place went to Jarrett Madewell. 4th place was exhibited by Ethan Turgano. 3rd place was shown by Brooklyn Bradford. 2nd place was awarded to Addison Walser. And our Class 102 winner was Mr. Kai Blunt of Kerr County 4-H. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Kai also was the shower of our certified Texas bred class champion, and that breeder of that hog was Night Show Pigs of Shallow Water. Congratulations to Tad and Cameron and the whole family on raising a really good bear.
And of course, Scotta.
And Scotta, yeah.
She's one of the backbones to that operation, but fine family. Congratulations.
That's all three of them
The
down
Blunt
there
family and the Knight family.
Absolutely. Looks like we have 2 pulled back so far. I think there might be 1 or 2 below us, and there are 5 out in the big arena for secondary evaluation after the guys do this first initial sort. $29 total head in this class, so we have one more class after this one, and that will complete our Division III section. And then we will move on to our other division, which there's 4 classes of those as well.
So in the other crosses, total head that showed up in the other crosses was 494 total. We went through yesterday 262 of those through 2 divisions. And these final 2 divisions today, the judges will evaluate 232 head. Looks like we still got 4, I think, penned. And then out in the big arena, we have, looks like 6 of them so far.
Is it 6 or is it 5?
There's 2 in the corner.
Oh, there are?
Yes.
Oh, in the big arena, yeah, there's 5 pinned back here.
Yes.
I think there's 1 below us, too, getting weighed. I hear the scales. Those of you joining us, we're happy to have you. I know some of you probably can't get your internet or phone to work due to the major outages across the United States. But if you have service or watching, we're happy to have you. Hope you've enjoyed it. For those of you who've been tuning in throughout the entire Barrows show, whether you be a breeder, a sponsor to one of these kids, a family member, friend, aunt, uncle, whatever it may be, we appreciate you all tuning in and joining us here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Market Barrows Show. This is the 75th annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
Would like to put a shout out to Taylor Ford and his crew for helping bring this to our viewers. Without them, you wouldn't be able to enjoy this from your home or office or wherever you might be. We thank them, and we also thank the sponsors that are on the screen here that have helped fund this broadcast. We appreciate all their staff bringing the different views of these barrows so you can see up close view of each and every one of these barrows.
Looks like they've done the initial sort of Class 103 here. Now they're in the big arena for a secondary evaluation of these Barrows here. He's going to go and pin the young man in the darker pink. They only have 8 pinned back here that I can see, Wayne, so this will be the 9th one.
So this one in the dark pink will go back behind us, get weighed, and if he's within the 10 pounds that he turned in, then he'll be pinned.
And sorted for a top 10 spot here.
All 10 of these will receive a rosette. 5 of them would be sale eligible.
I think you have to sell it, don't you?
Yep, not a choice. But only 4 go across the stage. What they've done things
Young lady in the
differently.
black just got pinned back as well where we were talking, sorry.
That is what, number 9 or
It's
10?
number 10.
10. Oh, they're going to go 11. I think the young man in the pink shirt.
The light pink, yes, sir. And I think...
So with what I was mentioning about only the top 4 will go walk across the stage. They will not take their animals across the stage. They just go across the stage. And with that, the 5th, in some of the classes, of course, we had 6 placings that made the sale. So the 5th and 6th places will not walk the stage. They will receive $1,500. And then, of course, any of the buyers, if they want, can do add-ons not only to the 5th and 6th place, but any exhibitor that has made the sale, they can do add-ons to. And that can be done during the sale, online, and can still continue to give them till March the 1st. The judge just now excused the ones out in the big ring. Congratulations to them making it this far, as this being such a tough show here at San Antonio. In fact, there's only 346 sale lots here at San Antonio, so it's very, very competitive.
Absolutely, and we've got 11 pulled back in this class. Only 10 get a rosette, so 1 will be left standing, but we want to wish that individual, whoever it may be, the best of luck, and congratulations on working their way up into this class. First 2 have been pulled out now from the initial first sort. They'll pin back the ones they want to keep at the top end, and then place the rest that are left standing out here.
Young man here in the
White and blue,
polka dotted shirt here got pulled back
pretty quickly too. I like how they'll pull 2 or 3 or 4 out just to kind of gauge
the quality and just making sure. Kind of check out the depth of the class of what they've pulled. Now we've gotten 6 total out.
I think he likes that barrel that they just got pulled out. He's having Brandon look at him. Yeah, they're going to pin him. I kind of liked him too as soon as he came out. And I think Eric did, and he said, Brandon, look at that hog. And Brandon kind of pointed like, yeah, we need to pin that one back.
Yeah, he's really opened up in his chest floor there.
Yeah, he is. Just like everything else, they're pinning back. They got to be wide on all 4s now.
One thing about the judges, and I'm real happy for this, they don't care what color they are. We've had all kinds of colors that they've picked, and some judges have a hard time with total more blackish type ones, and they don't care what color they are. We even had some of those polka dotted ones yesterday that were in the top.
Young man in the dark pink shirt is going to get pinned back. He came out of the big arena, and now he's going to have a chance at a top sale slot here. Be interesting to see if they only pull 5 back again like they did last class, or potentially 6. This will be the 11th one coming out here. The young man worked his way out of the big arena.
Yeah, that's happened kind of throughout the entire Barrow show. We've had some that have been in the big arena and worked their way into a sale slot. Many occasions that's happened. So just never give up.
They need 1 more to make 5. I think they're just going to pin 5 here in this class. I don't think they'll go more than 5 for their top end of the class.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what they're conferring about, which one is going to be our 5th one. And then I suspect, as you mentioned, that they're going to go ahead and start placing from 6th on through 10th.
Young man in the blue will get pinned. He'll be the 5th one, and it looks like they're going to go, like we talked about, they're going to have 5 pinned back for the top 5 individuals, which will make the sale. And they're going to play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Young man in the pink will be 6th. He's worked his way out of the big arena into a 6th hole.
Yeah, it's just so close there.
Young lady in the dark blue will be 7th. Young man in the black will be 8th. So we have 2 more placing spots here. Young lady in the teal will be 9th, and then young lady in the lighter lavender-looking shirt will be 10th. Congratulations to the young lady in the black for being the top 11 here. She didn't get a rosette, but working her way up in this class, I want to give her a big congratulations.
Absolutely. She was out there, showed her heart out, and
exactly.
Got an opportunity there to get her pig presented, and that's all you can ask.
Now we got our top 5 out here now. All 5 of these individuals will make the sale. If you have a kiddo out here in this class that are on these top 5, congratulate them. They have a sales slot here at San Antonio, which in a very, very deep and competitive show this is.
First barrow that came out really gets out there and strides and takes a really long step out of his front end.
This is the one that the first one they pinned back here.
Really tied well in his neck and head area, so it'll be interesting how he ends up. They'll let out all 5 at one time, one at a time, and what they have done in the past is they'll both analyze these 5 and then have a little discussion and then begin placing from 5th on up. Sometimes in the top 2, they'll get one more little discussion, make sure that they're on the same page on how they want to end up with the class winner.
Looks like he's got the 5 placing buttons here. And he'll place 5th down up to 1st. Looks like they're ready to start placing here. Let's see where he's going here. Young man in the light blue will be 5th place with that blue butt.
Congratulations, he's in the sale.
Young man in the polka dot shirt was 4th. He was the first one pulled back, but it doesn't always mean you're going to win the class. Dark blue is 3rd, and now we're down to our top 2 here. An all black hog and an almost all white hog here. We got milk and cookies out here.
Yes, sir.
Young
He's
man
going to
in
end
the
up
pink.
keeping with the black one.
Yeah, it's
really
a
a
good hog.
nice barrow.
Yep. Young man in the pink was second, and young man in the light pink was first. Let's hear from Mr. Polish here.
Very logical place to start. The young man's sock-footed barrow out here, and he wins this class pretty easy for me. And you talk about one that kind of swallows everything else. You watch this guy comes at you. He is monster-chested, stout skulled, has show barrow proportions from the side. And you watch this guy get around the ring. He is as comfortable as anything out here. He reaches extremely well off either end. And when we take him to the ground, he's the biggest footed. He's the heaviest structured. He's got the most spread and dimension up high in a show pig package. That's a really neat barrow to start with. The young man that's going to be second out here, he hit the Dead Sea, wasn't moving quite as well in the back, but when he gets out here, this guy floats. We love this guy from the side. His elevation, that levelness at top, length of hip is exceptional on this guy. He two's one and has a really good range of motion off either end. Compared to that one we started with, he's not as heavy featured, he's not as big legged at the ground, he's not as opened up off either end and doesn't have as much power as he goes away from you, but that's a good built, good designed one. The young man's got a real creature coming out here next. You talk about skull and power and blade up high. You get in behind him, that's a big rump and hip working and leaves you with all kinds of power. At the ground, the guy gets a little closed up front and wants to stab just a little bit from behind. Maybe need to balance a little bit better from the side, fix him in that ham loin, but boy, other than that, that's one that's got some very unique pieces. The young man coming out here next has got one that's very balanced and attractive out here. He just gets out here and floats around the ring. He's one for me that just gets a little flatter, gets a little more nondescript, and just reads just a nickel flat. I'd like to open this guy up and just give him a bigger foot to go ahead and move him on up. The young man that's going to be fifth out here has got just a massive one. You talk about spread and density and center cage. I like that about him. He's a stouter featured kind of barrow. Just maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles these other ones do. Maybe not quite as shiny as those other ones were, but a nice barrow in his own right. The young man that's going to come out next has got one. Again, one of the ones we love is center cage. We love his spread and squareness up high. He's got a good hip and rear leg. Just simply gets too frail. We need to stouten him up at the ground. Likewise with the rest of these good barrows around the class off with. Let's give these kids a nice big hand.
All right, we moved on to class number 104 here. This is the last class of Division III crossbreds here. Then we'll move on to our big boys, or bigger boys. Class 104 consists of 25 head, and the weight ranges are 286 to 288. I've got the placings here for the top 10 individuals in Class 103, and I'm going to do my best to read off these people's names here. Congratulations to each and every one of these top 10. 10th place went to Kenzie Dobbs. 9th place was awarded to Rylan Hamby. 8th place went to Orion Dominguez. 7th place, let's see, where's it at? Okay, Paige Rutland was 7th place. 6th place was shown by Kenton Mabry. Sorry, Kenton. 5th place went to Hayden Stand. 4th place was shown by Graham Hendon. 3rd place was exhibited by Brody Newburn. 2nd place went to Witten Harper. And our Class 103 first place was exhibited by Jagger Collier from Snyder FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. Moving on to Class 104 here. Like I said, there's only 25 head in this class. Weight ranges are from 286 to 288. I'm going to put this young man on the spot here. I got Mr. Cole Raines over here. And, Cole, you had a second place in this first class, didn't you, buddy?
Yes, sir, I did.
So tell me what it takes to get your animal ready. How did you get your pig so ready to show out there today and it walked so good and looked so pretty? So kind of tell me kind of your game plan day of the show to get ready to go out there and show in the ring. How did you do so well out there, buddy?
Well, usually we wake up like 4:30 in the morning, come here, and when we get here, we wash them, and then we feed them. So, and then after that, we go to the scales, walk them around, get them loose, and it's about time to get ready. So we start brushing them off, spray them with the water, and then pretty much we walk up to the ring, and we just come in here and do our thing. So that's how we have our plan for the day.
So you have other brothers that show too. Creighton is what grade is Creighton in?
7th. He's in 7th.
And Crossan, how old is Crossan?
He's 7 and he's in 1st.
So he's got 2 more years before he can show here. So you got to do all the winning before he gets up there, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you just showing pigs here at San Antonio? Or are you showing any other species?
I actually just showed a steer, and we made the lap with him, but it was all good.
Well, good deal, buddy. Well, hey, I wish you best of luck here in the Division III champion drive here. Thanks for joining us today, Cole. Here in Class 104, we've got, I think, total of 10 here that they've kept back from the initial sort. There might be one below us, down below us, but 10 will get a rosette here, and top 5 in this class will make the sale.
If you just now joined us, we're on Class 104 of our other crossbreds. This is the final class of Division 3, and looks like we've got 3 now pinned back. What they have done in the past, they'll keep about 5, maybe 6. Historically, so far, they've done 5 this morning and place it from 6th down to 10th place. They've picked another one, the young lady in the black shirt. So now we've got 4 so far. We've still got 2 in the pen that they haven't seen yet. They're conferring a little bit on the ones that they have out here and see if they're going to let another one out before they pull another one. And they've pulled this young man out with his blue butt. Now we're letting out the final one that they've pinned. Young man here in the light blue got pinned. That'll be number 5. So now they're kind of conferring here and see if they're going to pull the buttons. Looks like Eric's going to go ahead and start placing from 6th down to 10th place. Of course, these top 5 that he's pulled will make the sale. And unfortunately, the 6th through the 10th don't make the sale, but they do have the bragging rights and also get a nice rosette. Young man in the plaid became our 6th place. He's helping the young lady showing there. You know, this is what this is all about. When we have some little bit of disability or handicaps, this program allows them to participate and exhibit in these shows as well, and just the helping hands of working together. That's what brings us all together here. So we've got everything placed down to 10th place. We're just going to now let out his top 5. What they do is let one out at a time. And once they get through the 5th one out, the judges both will look at each and every one of these. And then they'll confer and visit about it and kind of come up with a plan on how they want to place them from 5th on up. Sometimes they'll go 5th through 3rd and then have a final discussion on the final 2, but we'll see how they do this class.
Be sure to have your show card with you and your backpack as you enter the black gate.
I just got word on class number 103. The certified Texas bred was shown by Witten Harper, and the breeder of that hog was Lintner Show Pigs out of Comfort. So congratulations to them. We didn't have a Texas bred up here just yet, but I did go down there and we did find out it was Lintner Show Pigs. We're judging the last class of Division 3 cross barrows here today. For those of you who actually have self-service today and are able to tune in and watch us. Down to our top 5, huh, Wayne?
Yes, sir. We've got them all out. They're having some discussion now, and as I told our viewers, sometimes what they'll do is after they discuss them, they'll place them all up through 3rd place, and then sometimes have a final discussion on the final 2.
Really uniform set here, Wayne, in this class. They're really turning up the heat. That first class of the day, I was like, man, those top 2 were really good, and they were. And
well, what I'd have to tell you, Landon, the 5 out here, I think the black and white one will win it.
Yeah, I think you got a pretty good odds there.
It's
Wayne.
almost like a dark cross class.
Young
out
lady
here.
in the black will be 5th, so she got a sale spot.
Congratulations to her.
Other young lady in the black got a, I almost wonder if those girls are sisters there.
Or they look almost like they are.
They look like sisters.
We'll have to
I
look
could
them
be
up
wrong.
and see. Wouldn't that
Well,
be
no,
something?
here they're 5th and 4th here.
Yeah.
But, man, there's some deep, deep quality out here. That one young man's goes so well uphill.
Oh, yeah, the one in the pink really goes uphill.
Young lady in the blue has a
He'll be
big
5th.
back barrel. He'll be 3rd.
Uh-huh.
Young man in the light blue will be 2nd. The young lady will be 1st. That's the kind of one I liked.
Yeah, he's
there.
got that extra eye appeal to him as well.
A very logical place to start, and the young ladies spotted up Barrow out here. Here's one that kind of overwhelms the class, especially from his hip forward. You talk about one that's elevated. He's extremely sound and comfortable. He's fresh in his look. He's got show barrow proportions. This guy's just does a lot of things right for us out here. No major holes, no major problems. The young man that's going to be 2nd out here has got one that's a little piecier. We've kind of up more assembled by committee. Not as good and attractive up through that front end and head and neck set, but this guy's got a monster back and center cage in him. When you get in behind him, that's a lot of power working, but he needs to blend better in his top. He needs to balance up better from the side to go ahead and get around that one we started with. The young man that's going to be next out here has got a real stout featured one. You talk about center cage and body and that 3-dimensional look all the way through. He's not as rolled up at the top of his shoulder blade back. He doesn't have as much flair when you get right in behind him. Just wants to be a little rounder in that muscle, but that's a sound, functional one that can just move all day long. Young lady coming out next has got one from the side, looks like a show pig. elevated, good, and extended up through his head and neck. He's opened up through his chest and gives you just a killer look from the side. He needs just more stuff to him. He needs more depth of heart. He needs more muscle and power as he goes away from you, but he is heavy boned and sound. The young lady's got one here again, one of the real sound functional ones out here. Massive top in this guy, big chest floor, gets a little longer bodied, gets a little flatter down as he goes away from you. I'd like to just give him more flair there right through the center and lower portion of his ham. Young lady's got a really neat one here. You talk about a heavy boned, up-headed one that's got a unique front end. Square backed and square pinned. He's one that just reads a little flatter all the way through his center cage, and when you get right in behind him, he needs a shot more power. The young lady coming out next has got one that's really sound and functional. Again, no major holes, no major bells and whistles, but needs, good job, young lady, but needs to be opened up off either end. The rest of these barrows out here probably need to be a little bit more attractive to go ahead and get them any higher. Nice class.
So there you have it in Class 104, and that concludes our Division 3. We are fixing to start our last and final division, and we have 4 classes in this last division. We'll be beginning with Class 105. The weight ranges from 289 through 292, and there are 29 head in this class, and 5 will be placed to make the sale. And the 6 through 10.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
So as we wait on, hello? So Landon, do you have your placings on the top 10?
I'm getting there. Yes, sir. I sure do. I'm going to look through them real quick just to make sure. So Class 104 here, our top 10 individuals were in 10th place. We had Bricklin Tice. 9th place went to Dylan Griffiths. 8th place went to Luke Bell. 7th was shown by Blakely Kleeman. 6th place went to Taylor West. 5th place was shown by Haven Creel. 4th place was exhibited by Lane Lowry. 3rd place went to Dallas Martinez. 2nd place was shown by Harrison Lippum. And our class winner of Class 104 was Sela Salmons. Hope I said that right. Congratulations. She's of Parker County. Congratulations.
So as we begin Class 105, this will be the start of our, if you've just now joined us, this is our final division, Division 4 of our other crossbreds. We have 4 classes that make this class up, or this division up. And the weight ranges is from 289 to 292. So as they sort this this class, if you've just joined us, kind of give you some background about our waves. Our first wave that we had this past weekend, we had 1,680 barrows show up on the grounds that the judges went through. And then for the second wave, we had 815 show up, and that gives us a total of almost 2,500 head. It was 2,495. We're just 5 shy of 2,500. So what a great amount of barrows showing up here, and as you've seen throughout the 2 waves, a really tough, a lot of quality that has come across this ring. As far as barrows and this other crossbreds, we had 494 total once we finish out our last class of crossbreds. The judges went through 262 yesterday, and today they'll be going through 232. The other crosses being the second biggest breed here at San Antonio this year. Our biggest breed was our dark crosses, which had 503. Our third largest was the Durocs at 390, and our next largest was our Hampshires at 360.
Going back to Class 104 here, we're judging for Class 105, which is the first class of the Division 4 crossbred barrows, but I have the Certified Texas Bred Registered Class Champion for Class 104, was exhibited by our second place, Harrison Lippum, and the breeder of that hog was Lackey Livestock of Haskell. So congratulations to Jason and Jackie and Lackey family for breeding that hog. Congratulations.
Yeah, they do a really good job as well. Congratulations. So if you just now joined us, we're on our first class of the final divisions here at San Antonio and our other crosses. The weight ranges for this class ranges from 289 through 292, and there's 29 head in this class. So far, what I can see is we have 5 penned at this time, and we have 8 out in the big arena. Also, if you've just now joined us, the Ring of Champions and the award ceremony for the Barrows show and the grand drive is scheduled presently for 1 o'clock if everything continues. If anything changes, we will definitely let you, our audience, know if anything does change. So, but for right now, it's scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, we've got 8 pens so far. And we've got 8 out in the big arena. Our judges have completed our initial sift. Now they're coming out into the big arena. And they'll confer and see about seeing what they're going to pull yet. They might already have 10. I'm not sure. I do see 9 that have been put into the into the pens presently. Of course, they're going to place 10. Only 5 making the sale, but have 10 placings that will receive a nice rosette. So we do have 10 pen presently. You know, these guys really make an effort, and truthfully, all the way through both waves. It hasn't been a lack of them not giving each and every one of these young people a fair opportunity. They'll go through, and they've pinned one here, so that'll be number 11.
Folks, put your hands together to these exhibitors remaining in the ring in their efforts with their Barrows today.
Young lady in the black sweater was the one that they pulled. But again, they have taken their time in ensuring that each and every one of these young people get a fair opportunity, and that they line them up, and you know, they just handle themselves well in that respect of making sure they're fair to the kids, because there's been on many numerous occasions that they have taken them out of the big ring and they ended up making the sale. So I'm very pleased and congratulate our judges on how they've really worked out there and how they've worked together. Here in this class, we've let out the first one. This is the start of the second sort of class 105. Looks like we have 12 total pinned. So we've got the first 2 coming out of the gate so far. A lot of times what they'll do, unless it just hits them super hard, they'll let the first probably 4 or 5 out, kind of look at the depth. Well, the lady in flowery shirt has just been pulled back with her black barrow. Young lady in her bluish flowery shirt or paisley type shirt got pulled back with her Hampshire appearing pig.
They were both on the OSU national judging team. OSU, and she's like my older sister. I tell people
again, we touched on this a little bit. You know, getting pulled, they didn't care what color they were. That's a perfect example of the young man coming out with the spotted barrow. Let's face it, you can't eat color, so I really appreciate them looking at the overall quality of the animal and not taking any color in consideration. We even had one yesterday in the spotted colored one that actually won a class. Or no, it was second, I believe.
Looks like we have 2 pin backs so far in Class 105 here. This is our first class of the Division 4, so we have 3 more classes after this, and then kind of filling you guys in who just now tuned in. I kind of said it earlier, but we have Division 3 and Division 4 class champions and reserve champions to sort through at the conclusion of these other 3 classes.
They went ahead yesterday and did the Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserves. So they're ready to go. It's just these 2 divisions, they'll have to do that before we have the champion drive of the other crossbreds.
Absolutely. Which that'll be fun to bring those 2 divisions back and compare them to the division champions of today's show, which we'll do that at the conclusion of these next 3 classes. So we have this one and 3 more, correct, Wayne?
Yes, sir. This is the start. There are 4 in this last division, so we just have 3 more. And, you know, just kind of in summary, you know, these that became a division champion yesterday, that 10-pound weigh-back still is in effect. So they've got to maintain them within the 10 days. I mean, the 10 pounds another day. So they'll have to go back across the scale to compete for the overall champion in this other crossbred drive today.
They've got all these pigs out here, and they've only pinned back 3 so far. So I guess, you know, kind of keeping trend, they're going to maybe pull 2 more, you think, Wayne?
Yeah, I think they'll go ahead and do to the top 5, but I think it's gotten a little where they wanted to confer on these last 2 because it's, as we both have seen here, they normally, I think all morning they've only kept the top 5 and then started placing 6th on through 10th. So they conferred again a little bit to see what they want to use
and
for those final 2.
And they pinned one back here, too, so that'll be the 4th one. Young man in the kind of purple and white, the maroon and white shirt here. He'll be the 4th one pinned back. 1 more will get you 5 for the top 5 placing, or top 5 sales slot here.
So they're going back and conferring, and appreciate that with them as judges. You know, they're conferring to get that last spot because, let's face it, 6 does not make the sale. So, you know, they've made every effort to try to ensure that they get, you know, they're placing ones and they're on the same page.
You got that right, Wayne. They've done that all week, converting each other and made sure that they're on the same page and making sure they get it right and in their eyes. And you know, we're all entitled to our opinion, but our opinions don't matter. It's about these 2 guys in the ring, and they've done a phenomenal job together, working together through these top individuals. They're going to go and pin this young man here. He'll be the 5th one. And I do believe Mr. Polish is going for the buttons here by Dr. Griffin. He is the keeper of the buttons. And
he is a professor at Texas A&M in the meat science department.
He's been there for a long time, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Done a really great job there at Texas A&M.
Young lady, I misspoke here. Young man in the light blue will get the what we call the crying hole. He'll get 6th place, so he's 1 out of the sale. Congratulations to him on a good job showing. That's all. That's the most important thing. These kids going out there and giving it their all, and that young man for sure did. And young man in the black vest was 7th. Young lady in the lavender vest was 8th. Young lady in the yellow was 9th. And then I think young man in the multicolor, he was 11th. Young man in the plaid was 10th.
Okay. Now they're fixing to evaluate these final 5. And what they do is go ahead and let each and every one of these out. Both judges will evaluate them and then get together and visit about it and discuss the pluses and the minuses of each and every one of these top 5 to come up with a plan how they want to line up these top 5. And they'll start with 5th place going up to 1st.
Flying bar exhibitors of breed and reserve champion Barrows and his parents. We will be having a short meeting upon the completion of the selection of the crossbred breed champion. Just down here in the bleachers, we'll have a short meeting to go over our grand prize.
Down to our top 5 out here. So if you have an exhibitor that you're watching here in this ring, all 5 of these individuals will make the sale here at San Antonio. Mr. Polish has the buttons.
Looks like they'll have one final conversation here before they begin placing 5th on up to our class winner.
Very uniform set, like you said.
Yeah, they started with 29 head in this class.
Little variety here. We have some hamp appearing looking ones. We have some coloration on the dark cross look. I mean, some of them have the dark cross look, and then we have a little calico bear out here as well.
Absolutely.
Young man with the hamp appearing pig.
Looks like the calico is going to be in the top 4 too.
Yep. Kind of the outlier here, but man, that young lady on the very back side over here, calico will be 4th.
The
young lady on the back end down there,
takes a really long stride, doesn't he?
Yes, and very
Boy,
wide.
a lot of power coming at you.
This young lady in the pink was 3rd, but you see that one in the kind of the blue and kind of leopard print looking.
Yeah,
man, coming at you, that Barrow is
he's
super wide.
Powerful.
And that I think that'll
not to
that
take
one's
anything
gonna
away
rise.
from the other young man, but that booger takes a long step, and Scott, look at the power coming at you.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting. The other young man's pig's a little deeper through his forerib and
he's
back
still
in his
wide
flank.
coming at you,
but,
too.
Oh, he's super wide as well. Other one's just got a little bit more extension through his front end, so it'd be interesting. I think they're going to discuss it one final time and kind of see how they line this up.
Kind of see him discussing. Mr. Ogle doing the whole world in his hands kind of motion there. Here we go. Let's see what they do here. Oh, man, they're going to put her 2nd.
Oh, wow.
And the young man in the black.
It took the little bit deeper bodied and a little more boxier there.
Really nice pair of Barrows to go ahead and run 1st and 2nd here. I'm not going to argue with you if you like them a little different than what we did. Just to describe both of them, the young man's going to have the one that is going to win the class. He's the one that's the most comfortable out here. He's the most agile. You get a study in this guy. He has really opened up through his center cage, and as he comes at you, there's a lot of spread and density and dimension on that one. I think this one proportions a little bit better than the young lady's Barrow, but those are 2 really high-quality kind of Barrows. The young lady's Barrow is in impressive when you get right on top of this guy. You study his shape and spread coming right out of his blade. He is a big-chested one. He comes at you with power. Really like the head shape of this guy. When you get in behind him, that's a big hit, but this guy's pushing the limits. He gets a little longer bodied, and when he goes right away from you, he is on the edge. If we can make him just a little bit more secure as he goes behind, I think our decision gets a lot closer. The young lady coming out next with the predominantly black one's got a real balanced one that's extremely sound and flexible out here. You talk about a show pig look from the side. This one's elevated and sound and functional. Of our top three, he's the frailest, he's the smallest ankled, and the smallest footed. We need to stouten up his feature at the ground to get him in that top pair. The young man's got a calico barrow coming out here next. One of the really stouter ones in class. Again, proportional, a barrow that gives you a good look from the side. He opens up well, big old center cage in him. He gets a little hard from behind, and he just doesn't want to get out here and motor. This guy needs to have a little bit better range of motion from behind to go ahead and get him on up. The young man coming out here next in 5 has got one that's sound, functional, basic, and balanced. You like his build from the ground up. This guy doesn't have all the bells and whistles the other ones did. Wants to have that head and neck set down in him just a little bit, just maybe not quite as flashy as some of these other ones. The young man that's got the busted eared barrow coming out here next. Love the center cage and spread and shape he's got up high. That's a big fresh back in one. He too's one that just gets a little more refined at the ground. We need to fix him and secure him from hock to ground as he goes away from you. The rest of these barrows, really good barrows to round the class off with. Let's give these kids a nice big hand.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
All right, results from Class 105 here. I got the top 10 placings here. 10th place went to Miller Beam. 9th place was shown by Sally Hodges. 8th place went to Addie Hartnett. 7th place was shown by Zane Thompson. 6th place was awarded to Craig Coleman. 5th place was shown by Bry Hobson. 4th place was exhibited by Grayson Ellis. 3rd place went to Mallory Emery. 2nd place went to Kate Crownover, and our Class 105 winner was Mason Grady of Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to all those top 10 exhibitors. Our Certified Texas Bred Class champion was exhibited by our 3rd place, Mallory Emery, and the breeder of that hog was Brockman Farms. Congratulations to Brockman Farms, and they've had a lot of success over the years and continue to do so. So we want to wish them congratulations for breeding the Certified Texas Bred Class champion. Moving on now to our 2nd class of Division 4 crosses, that being Class 106. There are 31 head in this class, and weight ranges are from 293 to 297. Getting into some of the big boys here. Got 2 pinned back thus far that I can see. Guys sorting the class back behind us. You can see it on the screen. Went ahead and Mr. Polish just pinned another one. The lady in the lavender here. So that makes it 3 that I know of. Actually, 4 I know of now.
If you've just now joined us, we're in our 2nd class of the final division of our show here at San Antonio with the other crossbreed. We have 2 more classes after this one, and that will complete our entire breeds here at San Antonio. The judges, when they complete this one, will have gone through 10 breeds. In that, San Antonio gives a $10,000 scholarship to each one of these breed champions. And so that totals $100,000 in scholarships. A little background on what Barrows showed up. In our first wave, we had 1,680 Barrows show up. And in our second wave, we had 815. Therefore, having a grand total of almost 2,500. We had 2,495. We were just shy of 5 of making that $2,500 milestone mark. But not to take away, of course, these numbers, they were very deep. As you've seen, if you've got a chance to kind of watch through, these guys have really taken, you've got to really have some power coming at you. They've got to be really muscular out on the corners. Looks like they've completed the first sort of Class 106. They've come out into the big ring now. We've got 12 pen that I can see so far. Looks like we've got 6 out here. They'll place 10. And you know, sometimes they've kept, you know, anywhere up to, I think they've kept up to 16 here this morning in one of the classes, 14 or 16, can't remember the exact number, but it was quite a few. And so it's not unlikely, I think the last class they kept 12. So they're really doing a fair job of making sure that they get the top end here because only 5 make the sale. And they've just announced to excuse these out in the big ring. These guys, they've got a congratulations, and they've done well to get to this point. That's nothing to be ashamed of because it's it's hard to even get this far. At least they had a second opportunity to show. Congratulations to all the hard work that these young people put in. Got 13 head what I see pinned. So while these exit the big ring, they're fixing to let out the start of the Class 106 for the second sort. Again, we have 13 pinned. We've got the second one coming out. A lot of times what they'll do, unless that barrow hits them just super, super hard, they'll let the first 5 or so out and then pin, and then start pinning one back and kind of go from there, let some more out. The way it looks so far, this is the 4th one out. They haven't pinned anything back yet. I think they conferred on that last one that came out, and I think he's on their radar possibly. Conferring on this one as well. Yep, they went ahead and pet the last one out so far. So he'll be the first one that they've pulled. We've pinned another one here. Young lady in the violet purple. So that makes 2 so far. Still got 5 to go through back in the pens here. The the kind of the spotted up barrel just got pinned. That'll be number 3. What they've done so far this morning is keep their top 5. They'll confer a lot of times before they pick the 4th and 5th. Sometimes they'll wait till the 5th one to kind of get the final evaluation and then start placing from 6th on. But they could go further this time. This might be the first class that they might go past 5th in, because we already got 4 at this point, and they haven't let everyone out yet. We still have 2 remaining. And the young man with his Hampshire-looking type hog. So yeah, I would be surprised if they might not pen an extra one, because, like I said, they haven't let everything out yet. They still have 1 to let out of the pen that haven't had a second evaluation yet. They picked another one. So that's 6. So that is the most so far they've penned back before placing. So they could maybe go 7 deep this time. They did some of that yesterday as well, where they went through 7th place before they started giving buttons out to finish up the top 10. Looks like that's as far as they're going to go. So they've gone 1 more than they have all morning. They've gone through 6th place. They're going to reevaluate the top 6, so they're going to start placing 7th through 10th. The young man in the pink shirt will be 7th. Congratulations. He does not make the sale. Only the top 5 do, but he's worked really hard to get to that point and got a nice rosette and the bragging rights, and will be able to take a picture as well and make additional memories here at San Antonio. A young lady in the light pink long sleeve here with the pink bow was 8th.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring in this competitive class across Barrows.
Well, no, I'm sorry. She was actually 10th. He went through them really quick there.
Exhibitors, please have your show card ready to give to our committee members, and they'll help you as you exit.
So now they have the Barrows place from 7th on up through 10th. So they are fixing to let out the top 6 Barrows, and 5 out of the 6 will make the sale. Unfortunately, 1 of them will not. That makes it tough, of course, but they'll go ahead and let all 6 of them out. And they'll visit, I'm sure, about these top 6 before they start placing. So Eric has gotten the buttons now, and they're ready to start placing 6 through our class winner. Young man in the light colored, I guess kind of a greenish type colored shirt possibly, was our 6th place. He gets the bragging rights. Unfortunately, he gets what you call the crying hole of being 1 out. But he was worked really hard. Congratulations to him.
Make sure you have your show card and your backpack with you as you enter the black cage.
Young man was 5th in the kind of the checkered type shirt. Now they're conferring on these final 4. Kind of check the boxes and make sure the strengths that each of them have seen of how they're going to kind of line up these final 4. And they agreed that they were on the same page, so they placed the young lady in the purplish 4. So the young lady in the green scarf was 3rd. We're into our final 2. And again, as we mentioned about color here, we've got the spotted Barrow out here, and he's in the final 2. So color does not matter.
Little calico Barrow, or what I called it yesterday, that's a jack-o'-lantern pig. Halloween came early.
And they had another one yesterday that was in the top 2.
Sure did. Both really cool-looking Barrows here. I do like the foot and the power on that calico-looking Barrow. The Hamp-appearing one is, I mean, don't get me wrong, is very, very good, too. They just
only difference I see on the calico a little bit is that he's maybe open up behind his blade a little more in his rib shape.
Maybe not quite as tall at the point of the shoulder as the other one is, where he ties into his neck, but still a very, very good hog. I mean, both of them are very, very good here.
They match up well. Probably the Hampshire appearing one's a little prettier, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So they're conferring again a little bit here. It says, hey, there's something else I want to tell you.
As a judge, it's fun when you have something you're like, man, you could either go either way. And that's the fun part of judging too. It's like it really makes you dig deep.
And it's got to be one of these things.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Calico Bear's going to get it. I was hoping.
it.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
See,
that's
color
cool.
doesn't matter, guys.
The young lady did a phenomenal job showing too.
Oh, absolutely, she did. Let's see what
Mr. Polish has to say here.
Yes, sir.
Really nice top pair up here, and this is a very, very close decision for us. And the young man's Calico just kind of surfaces out here. These are the two really wide-centered, wide-chested, three-dimensional, burly ones that have some substance to them, but yet they're functional at the ground, and they handle it extremely, extremely well for how much they're truly packing. The young man's Calico, when he gets out here and gets his head up, this guy can absolutely float. He can motor, and he can go for that much mass and power he's packing. That is an attractive fronted one. That's really got to spread and shape up high, and where he wins this for us is where he goes right away from you. That's a big hind leg, that's a big hip, and a big pin set. He handles it extremely well. The young lady going to be second out here. When this one initially hit the ring, I thought this is our easy class winner. Opened up, big-chested, broad and burly as he comes at you. Show barrel proportions from the side. When we stand off this guy, though, he gets a little less coordinated off those rear two. He wants to be a nickel shorter hipped, and I think that he kind of compensates for it for kind of winging him out. Relative to that Calico, he needs probably just extended in either direction to go ahead and make this decision a little closer. The young lady that's going to be third out here has got one you love from the side. You talk about elevation and presence. That head shape is really, really good. That design and balance is exceptional. Of our top three, he closes up the most at his chest, and when we get right in behind him, he needs more shot in the seat of his pants to go ahead and move him on up. The young lady coming out next has got a creature, and we talk about one that there is a lot of pig there. He is really dense up high, great center cage, and from the side, that angulation and where that head neck set comes up and out is phenomenal. He's heavy structured. This is, I think, is a good built one, great pattern, but he just needs to hit another gear. He just needs to go a little bit better for us to go ahead and move him on up and think about doing other things here later in the day. The young man here coming out next has got one we really can't appreciate. This guy is ultra balanced, very sound, very functional, just needs a little bit more substance to him, needs to be rolled up a little bit more up top to go ahead and get him any higher. The young man coming out next has got another one that's very sound, very functional, no major holes, no major problems, gives up too much in terms of center body and just mass and density at the ground. The next one's coming out, good hogs in their own right, just need more bells and whistles, need to be stouter featured to go ahead and get them moved up.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Okay, we are now in Class 107, which is our third class. After this class, we only have one more class, and we are through evaluating all the pigs for all the breeds, and we'll start working through the final two divisions for champion and reserve of each division, and then following that, we will name the champion and reserve overall other crossbred. In this class, 107, we have 31 head. The weight ranges is from 298 to 300 pounds. Today, the guys, or the judges, will have evaluated 232 crossbreds today. Yesterday, they evaluated the first half of the crossbreds, and it was 262, therefore giving 494 total other crossbreds here at San Antonio. I think, Landon, do you have the results here for Class 106?
Not yet.
Okay. As he's working on that, the other crossbreds here at San Antonio was the second largest class. The largest class that we had here was our dark crosses, and we had 503. That was in our first wave. Our third biggest class was our Durocs, as far as a breed. They had 390, and following them in the fourth amount was our Hampshires at 360 total head.
Okay, I've got the top 10 individuals here from class number 106. That was our second class of the Division 4 crossbreds. We're now evaluating class 107, but here's your top 10 exhibitors from the previous class. 10th place went to Maggie Hauser. 9th place was awarded to Zoe Kate Campaign. I hope I said that right, Zoe. 8th place went to Avery Hobson. 7th place to Tristan Jordan. 6th place went to Brayton Underwood. 5th place was shown by Kane Cooper. 4th place was exhibited by Sophie Nelson. 3rd place was awarded to Kinley Crone. 2nd place was shown by Chesney Ferris, and our class winner was Tristan Jordan of Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. Our certified Texas bred class champion from showpig.com was exhibited by Kinley Crone, and the breeder of that hog was DL Showpig. So congratulations to Josh and Bridget and the whole Crone family on breeding that certified Texas bred in that class.
Yeah, they worked really hard, got a fine operation there as well. Congratulations to Bridget and Josh on a fine job as well.
They've got 6 pigs pulled back here, and there's about 8 in the big arena. Actually 7. So far in this class, they have a few more to sort back here.
We have 31 in this class.
I think they have another maybe 1 or 2 pulled below us here. So there might be 8 or 9 that are already pinned back here for a chance at a top 10 spot here in class 107. We have one more class after that. Then that concludes all of our classes for the show, Wayne.
Yeah, it's gone by fairly quickly, to be honest. You know, these guys, once they finish this last class, they have evaluated almost 2,500 head. In fact, the total numbers came out to 2,495 total head of the 2 waves combined.
So to kind of give you guys a heads up a little bit, so after the conclusion of all these Division 4 class winners, we will pull all the Division 3 class winners out, select a Division 3 champion and reserve champion, pull all the class winners from the Division 4 out, pick a champion and reserve champion Division 4, then bring all the division champions, which there's 4 total of them, in the crossbreds, and select an overall crossbred champion Barrow, followed by a reserve champion overall crossbred Barrow. And then gets the exciting part, Wayne. What did you say? They're not going to start the grand drive stuff till about 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as I understand, they're still on schedule at 1 o'clock. So if anything changes, we will definitely be sure to let our viewers know if there's any changes, that it gets moved back a little further into the afternoon or not. But for as it is right now, it is going to be at 1 o'clock.
Guys out here in the big arena for a secondary evaluation of these hogs. Looks like we have a total of, I see 9. There might be one underneath us. Hey, he went ahead and pulled the young lady in the black. I don't know if she saw him or not. Yeah.
Yeah, they're excusing her into getting.
Not excusing her, but
Well, they're excusing her back to go
from
to the
big
back
ring, yeah.
to be weighed.
They're good, so that'll be number 11. So he had 10 pulled back from his initial sort and pulled one out of the big arena for a chance at a top 10 placing here in Class 107. Give these big exhibitors a round of applause here. Big hearts, big minds.
Just to make it to this
big
big
hearts
ring.
and big futures for these kiddos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and they've really worked hard to get. They had another chance to show out here in the big ring.
Absolutely, Wayne.
So they're beginning. They're letting the first one out. They'll go through all 11 of these. A lot of times, unless they just hit them super, super hard, they'll let a few of them out before they pin back any. So far this morning, they've put back, for the most part, 5 in every one for the setback. Of course, the last class, they went all the way through 6th place before they did any final placings on the top end.
Haven't pinned any back yet, but I know Brandon Ogle is going over there to talk to Eric and on a pig that he really likes over there. But they might want to go and pin back here in a sec. We'll see. Yep. The young lady in the green is going to get pinned back here. She'll be the first one pinned back. Total of 5 in this class will make the sale, placing 10. Only one pin back so far. We still have 3 more to evaluate here from the initial sort. I say that, he looks like he's pinned 3 back now. Young lady in the black and the young lady in the green will go back to a holding pin for a chance at a top placing here in this class. For those of you just joining us, once they finish pinning a few back they like for the top end of the class, they will then place the rest of the individuals. Young lady in the light blue is going to be pinned here next. That'll make it 4 total pinned back thus far. 1 more to pull out of the holding pin here. Young man just came out. He's evaluating that hog. He's going to pin that young man back pretty quickly as well. That'll be the 5th one pulled back. And I don't know, they may pull 1 more back. They've got their 5 for the top end of the class here. Doesn't mean they might not pull 1 more. But it looks like Mr. Polish is going for the buttons now, so we're going to play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. One of these individuals won't get a rosette, but want to commemorate them on their hard work and efforts in this very deep class here. Young lady in the teal will be 6th. Young lady in the lavender-looking shirt will be 7th. Young lady in the orange will be 8th. And we have 2 more places. Young man in the teal is 9th. And young lady in the black, who came out of the big arena, is 10th. And the young man in the blue is 11th. And congratulations to him and his hard work, and wish them nothing but the best in future shows to come and everything they have going on in their life outside of the show ring. Here we go for the top 5 individuals here. All 5 of these individuals will make the sale here at San Antonio. We have 2 pulled out, 3 more to pull out.
And they'll go ahead and let all 5 of these out, and both judges will evaluate these top 5. They'll have a little discussion about them, and then they'll start placing from the 5th on up to our class winner.
Yes, sir, and we have one more class of crosses here at San Antonio. This is their 75th annual. I want to give a shout out to all these volunteers out here who dedicate their time and energy out for these kids. They use their own time and vacation to help support these youth. So if you run into any of them, tell them how appreciated they are and how lucky we are to have them. There's people out here that have been working and helping with these kids in the arena for 30-plus years, and that just goes to show you they care about these kids.
Yeah, a lot of them use their vacation time, and a lot of them also take it without pay. And so just their commitment. I mean, we only have 30 staff paid employees here at San Antonio and 6,000 volunteers. As you can see, they could never run it without all these gracious people that have donated their time to help make this show run smoothly.
Absolutely, and we also want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew here of ladies who do a phenomenal job giving us a ringside perspective here for those of you watching on your phones if you have service. I know there's a big outage going on across the United States. Your tablets, your computer screen, your 85-inch TV from the couch, we welcome you and appreciate you supporting these kids, yes. Young lady in the black will get 5th place. She'll be the first one placed. Young lady in the darker green will be 4th. So we're down to our top 3 here, and all 3 of these animals look very uniformed in this class. Very deep-bodied, wide-chested, pulled apart, heavy, structured. All 3 are very unique and in their own right, but at the same time, you put a mold on a side profile on all 3 of these. They all fit that same kind of mold from the side here. One's got a tremendous back in him. Young man with the
wide-belted
one has a huge back in the hog.
Even the one in the green's got a big back.
Yes.
And then the young lady with the black pig's just got a tremendous amount of muscle when viewed from the rear.
Yeah, look, I was going to say that
it's
ham.
bulging.
That ham is bulgy. That black hog has a little white on its feet there at the very, very bottom, covered in sand, but it's there. And I think he's going to go to the young lady in the green for 3rd. Young lady is other young lady. The black hog is 2nd, and the young man with the huge top
is going to be our class winner.
Yep, he'll be one. Let's hear from Mr. Polish.
Congratulations to all top 5 Barrows.
I think a pretty logical place to start, and Brandon and I are both on the same page on this one. This one just needs to win. He's got so many good pieces about him, and when you get on top of him, that is a big fresh back with a ton of shape. He's a big caged barrow that's full and fresh, and you get into that hip. That's a square hip as he goes away from you with a wide pin set, and you study this guy from the ground up. His angles are correct. He's very, very athletic for how much true power this guy's packing. He's just a little, we'd change his head on him and change his neck set. That's one of the things that we'd change, and then we'd like that one a lot better. But here's a really good kind of barrow that does a lot of things right. Young lady, it's going to be a 2nd out here with the black one. Just one that's kind of fault-free, very functional at the ground. He's opened up. He, too, is a fresh-centered one. You like that dimension he's got through that center cage, the shape and freshness he's got up through his back. He's a little lower set to the ground. He's one you'd like to just elevate up, maybe square him up as he goes away from you ever so slightly. But but that's a fresh one that's sound and functional and can go all day. The young lady's got kind of a creature coming out here next in third, and you talk about one that's heavy bone and opened up and square. The front 2/3 of this one's really, really good. He's sound and flexible, really, really burly as he comes at you. He gets too short hip for me and a little too round from behind to go ahead and get him up in that top pair. The young lady that's going to be next out here has got one. You like the extension this guy has off either side. Again, one of those that gives you a good look from the side. Very sound, very functional. For us, just gets a little longer body, gets a little drier through that forerib. We need to have more middle cage in that guy to get him moved up. Similar to the one we just talked about, sound and functional. The young lady's got here just no major holes or problems, but just too dry middled. He's got to have more substance there. Really a tall fronted extended one the young lady's driving here. Very sound and functional. Again, needs more center, needs more skull, just needs more overall mass and density. These next ones coming out, good hogs in their own right. We need to fix a few feet and leg problems and just give them a few more bells and whistles to go ahead and get them higher.
Want to give all these exhibitors in class number 107 big round of applause and congratulations to each and every one of these individuals.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
That was a cool ad there. Moving on to our final class of the day, and of the show, actually. Class 108, 30 head in this class, and weight ranges are just like the previous class, 298 to 300. The conclusion of this class will bring all of our class winners from our Division III round, which is 4 classes, and select a Division III champion and reserve champion, followed by the last 4 class champion or class winners, which is your Division IV, and select a Division IV champion and reserve. At the conclusion of that, we will then bring all the division champions from yesterday and today. We did Division I and Division II yesterday, and Division III and Division IV today. Bring those 4 champions out there and select our overall crossbred champion and reserve overall crossbred champion. I was told we will not start the grand drive till 1. That it's on schedule for 1 today. So for those of you listening, we're going to, shut it down a little bit early today. After the cross is over with, and bring all of our overall breed champions and reserve breed champions out here at 1 for the selection of our grand champion overall market bearer and reserve grand champion overall market bearer here at the 75th annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Those of you joining us now, we're on our last class of the day and of the show. This is class number 108. I've got the top 10 exhibitors for our previous class, class 107. In 10th place, we had Kylie Dick. 9th place went to Cutter Cattle. Hope I said that right, Cutter. Congrats. 8th place went to Tatum Bird. 7th place was awarded to Presley Lehman. 6th place was shown by Hudson Hortz. 5th place went to Taylor Chase. 4th place was exhibited by Mia or Maya Ruiz. 3rd place was awarded to Aubrey Bunker. 2nd place was shown by Leighton Harlos. And our class 107 first place was awarded to Garrett Echtel. I hope I said that right, Garrett. Congratulations. Garrett was also the exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred Class Champion, and that breeder was Lintner Show Pigs of Comfort. Congratulations to the Lintner family.
Yes, they do a fine job with their breeding program. Of course, they also produce some really good feed and are great sponsors here at San Antonio.
Absolutely. You can see Lintner show feeds kind of all around on the boards, you can see them all around the big ring here. They are a huge sponsor for this show, and along with so many others. When we've got 10 pullbacks so far in this last class here, and they're not quite finished yet.
Looks like they
only
have
6 in
three
the
left.
6 in the big arena. So I think this is going to be a really deep last class of the day here before we move on to judging our Division III and Division IV champions, followed by the selection of the overall crossbred Barrows.
This black one is the one they've been looking for. Now they have completed viewing 2,495 total pigs here at San Antonio. That was, oh, nope, here it is. There was one hiding back there. This is the one that they've been looking for to end the Barrow show with 2,494 total head here.
They've done the initial sort on all those animals. Now we're going to go into the big arena here to look to see if there's anything they want to keep back here. I know for a fact they have 10 that I can see in the holding pens here. There might be 1 or 2 below me getting weight on the scales.
Looks like 6 out in the, no, 7 now out in the big ring.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Up
8.
now 9, huh?
8.
Or 8.
Yes. Here the guys come out here in the big arena. See if there's anything they want to keep back here. And they've consistently pulled 1 or 2. I mean, there might have been one class today that they did not. And this one they may or may not pull one back.
Yeah,
but I think they
pull
will.
one.
Yeah, they're going to go and pull that young man, I believe. Young man in the black, I think, is, well, I don't know. Yeah. I guess it's the young lady in the purple, light purple.
Light purple, yeah.
I thought he pointed at the other young man, but, we're up here, so it's hard to tell who they're always pointing at.
Folks, put your hands together. The exhibitors remain green. And their efforts with their crossbred Barrows.
Oh, man, looked a little upset, but wish him the best of luck down the road.
Yeah, it's hard to even get this far, and having a second chance here to show, all you can ask of our judges, they pull quite a few a lot of times here to the big ring, plus they pull quite a few into the pens.
Absolutely. So I think we have 11, Wayne, that are pulled back for this class. 10 of them will get rosettes, and top 5 in this class will make the sale here at San Antonio. They're going ahead and pulling these out one at a time to evaluate them. If they really like it, they'll pin it back for a chance at the top end of the class. Past 2 classes, they've only pulled 5 back and placed the rest.
They're gonna pin this young lady. I thought they were pretty eyeing this one quite a bit.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good hog. This young man has a good one coming out here. Trying this barrow pretty hard, too. Yeah.
Went ahead and pulled this one.
It'll be the second one pinned. Another really good barrow coming out here. Young lady in the red doing a good job. Y'all can see these barrows are wide-chested coming at you. Like we've talked about all day.
A breed champion or a division champion, upon completion of the grand drive, you will need to move those barrows to the pins that we have set up in the auction barn. So once we complete the grand drive, we do ask that you help us out and move those champion, reserve champion, and division champion barrows to the auction barn. The pins that we have reserved for you over there. Also, ladies and gentlemen, for your planning purposes, we will be holding our award presentation and grand drive today at 1 o'clock p.m. right here at the Swine Arena. So we will be holding our award.
They pinned 3 back so far. Still have
Grand champion drive at
one more to pull out of the pin after this young lady in the pink. She's doing a good job presenting that animal there.
And
Big-footed. I mean, that one has some big tree trunk legs over here. I mean, they're big from up here.
Yeah, I can only imagine up, down, low on the ground.
Up, down,
I mean,
low?
down on the ground. You know, while they were, while you were talking, the announcer, it has been confirmed, we will start the grand drive at 1 o'clock. And the award ceremony as well.
So that's 4 pulled back so far. They have all the animals out here in the ring or in the holding pens. They'll probably pull one more back, I would think, here for a chance at a top 5 spot. Top 5 make the sale here. I think. Oh yeah, young man in the green.
Yeah, in the teal
It'll
green.
be the 5th one pull back, and now Mr. Polish is going for the buttons here. So that means he'll play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And then once he concludes that, he will pull these top 5 individuals out and place them from 5th down to 1st. So young man in the multicolor shirt will be 6th. Young lady in the pink is going to be 7th. He was on that one pretty hard, that Smoky Barra. Young lady, I thought he was going for this one over here. Yeah, he is. Young lady in the light purple will be 8th.
And she came out of the big arena. It was the only one they pulled.
Young man will be 9th here. And the young man in the teal will be 11th. Excuse me. Young man will be 10th. Young lady in the red will be 9th. And the young man in the teal will be 11th. He won't get a rosette, but appreciate him coming out here and showing and wish him nothing but the best luck going down the road. Now we're going to pull the 5 individuals back out for our top end of the class here. The last class of the day. All 5 of these animals coming out, and the exhibitors will make the sale.
They'll go ahead and let each and every one of these top 5 out. They'll both evaluate these, and then they'll get back together and visit about them, and then start with the 5th going up to our class winner. In this other cross drive, we had a total of 494 that showed up here. And it looks like he's gotten his buttons, and he's about ready to make some decisions here. And they're going to confer a little bit about these top 5. Once they get these top 5 placed, then the judges have selected 346 total sale slots here at our 2024 San Antonio Stock Show.
That's crazy. Seems like we just started this show, and now we're here at the end here, almost. We're winding down.
I sure like it, Landon. I don't see any dust up in the roof today.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a good day today. I was talking to Miss Donna. She's been a volunteer for 20-plus years here.
Young lady there in the black received 5th.
Young man in the green will be 4th. Down to our top 3 in our final class here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. Those tuning in, this is a Market Barrows show. And these are swine. I know some people watching that may just enjoy watching these kids, not know a whole lot about the animals here. These are crossbreds. Young lady in the pink is going to be 3rd here. Down to our final 2 here, young man in the purple and young lady in the lavender here. All of them are doing a phenomenal job showing their animals. We've got some great pigs out here, but even better kids on these sticks. Young man in the purple will be second, and the young lady will be your class winner in the final class of the day.
Yes, and congratulations to all these winners here and making the sale, our top 5.
Definitely a more challenging class to put together, and there's some really good parts and pieces in here, and the one that surfaces to us is the young lady's belted one out here. He's the one out here that looks like a show pig. He's got some extension. He's very sound. He's functional. Where this guy's really good is when you view him going away from you. That's a big pin set and a square hip as he goes away. He handles that hock extremely well. He's not as stout-featured or as heavy-legged as the young man's black one, but his angle to that shoulder and that angle to that head and neck set is better than the young man's that's going to be second. Now, the young man in second has got a creature. You talk about one that's got a big back leg. He's got a fresh center cage to him. He's got a big back. He's one to me just gets a little more jammed up off either end, wants to be a little shorter hipped and a little rounder behind. I'd like to extend that guy in either direction to go ahead and get him up in that first hole. The young lady coming here next has got one that we love from the side. You talk about balance and design. That thing runs uphill. He's extended. We love it, just the soundness and overall range of motion this guy has. The longer he's out here, he reads a little flatter footed on all 4s, and when you get right in behind him is where he falls short. He wants to be flatter from his hip down. He needs to have more flair and expression going away from us to go ahead and get him in that top pair. Really neat one from the side the young man's driving here. You talk about sound and functional elevation. This guy can reach and motor and go. That's a good running gear on him. He just simply needs more bone and foot size. He needs more fill through that middle 3rd to balance him up better. The young lady's got one here. Nice sound, flexible barrel. Doesn't have many of the ESTs or bells and whistles, but does a lot of good things really well. Again, one needs stoutened up in his feature. The young man's blue barrel coming out, sound, functional, reaches, gives you a good look up through his head and neck. For me, reads too flat all the way through and reads too short-hipped to go ahead and get him any higher. Real stout-featured blue one the young lady's coming out next with. He needs to hit another gear and go. The rest of these are really good pigs in their own right. Maybe needs to be a little freshened up from the top down, but a really nice set of barrels. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand for the last class of the day.
There we have it on the comments from Mr. Polish for our final class of the San Antonio 75th Anniversary Livestock Show and Barrows Show. Now what they're going to do, if you didn't join us yesterday, they did the first 2 divisions and picked the champions and the reserves out of the Division 1 and Division 2. So what they're going to do next is bring the 1st and 2nd place out of the 3rd and 4th divisions. The judges will select the champion and reserve out of each of those divisions. And as they're doing that, they will be calling up Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserve division of Division 1 and Division 2. And then those 4 will go out and compete for the overall champion of the other crosses and the reserve champion. And the champion of the other crosses, along with the other breeds, will also receive a $10,000 scholarship. Here at San Antonio, every breed Barrow champion, and there were 10 breeds that were done, will receive a $10,000 scholarship, totaling $100,000 that they're going to be giving out here at 1 o'clock. Shortly, we'll have the results of Class 108 in our top 10 placings, and also our certified Texas bred winner.
Well, that concludes our last class of the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show. I've got the top 10 individuals here. And 10th was shown by Owen Kaminsky. 9th place went to Shiloh Wells. 8th place went to Carly Cross. 7th place went to J.C. Wallace. 6th place went to Jackson Beavers. 5th place was shown by Guthrie Creel. 4th place was exhibited by Trip Moore. 3rd place went to Maddie Pedroza. 2nd place was shown by Nathan Sanchez. And our class winner was McKinley Brookshire of New Home FFA. McKinley was also the exhibitor of our class champion, Texas bred, and that breeder was Brockman Farms of Montgomery. Please give them a congratulations. We are now moving on to our Division III crossbred champion drive. So we're going to select our Division III champion and reserve champion. That is the 4 middle classes of the crossbreed, followed by the Division IV champion and reserve champion, which is 4 classes as well. And at the conclusion of those, we will bring our Division I, Division II, Division III, and Division IV crossbred barrows out for the overall selection of our crossbreed. Stay tuned. Looks like we are getting ready to judge for our Division III Crossbred Barra Champion and Reserve, followed by our Division IV. 4 classes consist of Division III here. Those were classes 101, 102, 103, and 104. And once the judges get back out here, we'll get this thing rolling. All right, Eric and Brandon are back out here again. Now here we're about ready to rock and roll here.
From Class 101, Cameron Maley Cliff.
Class winner from Class 101 was Cameron Cliff. Bringing out Class 102 class winner, Mr. Kai Blunt.
Kai Blunt, Kerr County 4A.
Our Class 103 winner was Jagger Collier.
And from Class 104, Salem Salmon, Parker County 4A.
Class 104, Sayla Salmon's coming out here. These are our 4 class winners that will be judged for our Division III Crossbred Barra champion. It's been fun having all 4 of these out here now. We've been watching them as the morning went on and in their individual classes, but all 4 of these are very uniformed and very like-kinded. All colored up a little bit differently, but all 4 very, very true to what the judges have been looking for all week. This is Division III.
This is the Division 3.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not the lightweight division. Yeah, I just want this to start.
Means somebody's watching. Division 4 will be
Division 4, and then overall.
overall.
Okay. Making sure I got that straight.
No, you're good. Guys are really studying these hogs hard, and rightfully so. All 4 are very, very good, but I think they made their selection here. Mr. Polish is going to the mic. This is for your Division III champion, Crossbred.
Folks, put your hands together for these 4 exhibitors out here for your Division III Crossbred Drive. Really a nice set out here, and I'm really happy with the way these all fit together when we get them out here. And all of these hogs are very stout featured. All of them have some semblance of balance, but they're all sound and functional. And that's one thing Brandon and I tried to do from the get-go before this thing even started. We wanted to say, we wanted to keep some function in these hogs at the ground, and that's something that's very important to us as breeders, because if they can't get around, you can't place high, and that doesn't help anybody's business when that happens. Each one of these hogs are very, very good in their own right. Each one of them has some very unique pieces. The one we keep coming back to that we're unanimous on is the one that's the freshest back. He is the most opened up. He is the most comfortable out here, and he's got the most substance to him from the top down. The young man here to my left is going to have your champion.
Congratulations to Kai Blunt in Class 102. Kai Blunt is your Division III champion.
Congratulations to them. They work really hard. The Blunt family does, and congratulations to the breeder of that as well.
That was Night Show Pigs.
Yes, it was. Congratulations, Tad and Scotta and Cameron.
We'll throw Kristen in the mix, too. Now we're judging for our Division III Reserve Champion. Division III Reserve Champion Cross Barrow. The second place comes in here and fits right in this mold of what Eric was just talking about on the microphone. All four are very, very, very good. Here goes Mr. Polish.
The second place barrel comes in, and this decision gets a lot closer for us. And just to talk about him, the young lady that wins the first class there, you talk about one that's really stout-featured, heavy-legged. You like that guy at the ground. Does he just have enough oomph and power all the way through, to get him up in this top pair for division? I don't know. But proportion-wise, that one's really good. The young man's black barrel in front of us. You talk about one you like up high. You like his chest. And you like that three-dimensional look he has. This guy just reads a little coarser, maybe a little bit more 1 o'clock up through his head than some of these other ones out here. The young lady with the blue right here, you talk about one that's fresh-backed and good-centered, but for me, just reads a little flatter all the way through. And when you get in behind him, he probably just needs a shot more fill. You'd like to stouten that guy up at the ground ever so slightly. The second place barrel comes out, and where you really appreciate that one is you get right up on top of his back. That is a big, fresh back. That is a really big hip and hind leg. He handles it extremely well. He's got some semblance of balance out here. The young lady's second place is going to be reserved in this division.
Congratulations to Miss Allison Walser. She will be your Reserve Champion Division III Cross Barrow. Miss Addison Walser. Now we'll move on to bring those 4 class winners back from the Division IV and select our Division IV champion and reserve champion. as we get ready to gear up for our Division 4 champion and reserve drive for the Crossbred Barrows, I want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for giving us ringside view. Whether you're watching on your phone, if it's working, unlike half the country, I feel like, your tablet, your computer screen at work or at home, or your big screen TV, whatever it may be. We appreciate you all being here and want to give them a big shout out, along with the sponsors across the screen here. Couldn't do it without them either. So we appreciate each and every one of them, all the breeders who have bred these hogs to give these kids competitive projects. Want to thank them for all their time and efforts that they put into this deal. Got all of our 4 class winners out here, and behind them is the second place from each class. Those classes are 105, 106, 107, and 108. And we'll get us a Division 4 crossbred champion and reserve champion here shortly, followed by the overall selection of our crossbreds.
Also want to give a shout out to Travis Platt at Upper Hand Genetics. He's been viewing this show, has a really good boar stud service as well. And thank you for viewing in and watching our webcast.
Absolutely, Travis. Thank you. So our class winners out here today are Mason Grady, Keaton Ledbetter, Garrett Echtel, and Mackenzie Brookshire, all judging for our Division 4 champion crossbarrow here.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these 4 out here for your champion Division 4 drive. Nice set of barrows out here, and again, one of these divisions that you got some really unique pieces to work with and some positives and negatives. There's definitely pros and cons out here. The one that we keep coming back to that just suits us extremely well, you talk about this one, is burly and powerful, but good looking and attractive from the side, and this guy's got all kind of power and presence, but very, very sound and very functional. And you watch this one from the ground up, he's the most busted open, he's the most genuine at the ground, he's the heavy structured one that's got look and balance and power. Young man with your spotted barrel is going to be champion in this division.
Your Calico Barra.
See, color doesn't matter, guys.
He's your Division 4 champion. Congratulations, young ladies, coming out now. Our second place comes out now by Chesney Ferris. She's our second place. She's going to come out here and compete with these other first places for the reserve champion selection of our Division 4, our heavyweight division, crossbarrow.
that second place barrel comes out, and that is an impressive one. I mean, that was a very, very good class, and we thought that was a fairly close pair. Just to talk about each one of them, the young man over there that wins the first class one in this division, there's one you can really appreciate him when you study that center cage and the spread and density he has up high. He has really opened up through that front end. You'd like to maybe extend him out on either way, ever so slightly relative to these other ones, but that's a very, very good type barrel. The young man here right in front of me with the wide belt, you talk about one with a fresh back, and I don't know if we saw a back this big in the whole entire show. That thing is enormous when you get right up over that top. He's got a big center cage, and we love the depth of heart this guy has. He's got a big hip, and he's very sound and flexible. Gets to be just a little weird up through that head. You'd like to change him there, and you'd like to change him at the ground, give him more feature, give him more bones or just bigger legs and bigger feet to match how much true power he has up high. The young lady in the last class has got a really nice one, stout skulled, got a lot of good in that guy. This guy's very impressive as he goes away from you. He's maybe doesn't balance quite as well out here as some of these other ones, but that's a very good one to win that last class. The young lady that's second out here, you talk about one that's just up-headed. He's burly as he comes at you. The center cage in this guy is impressive, and that is a big, big back. We talked about that pair in class, and I thought it was a pretty close pair. Brandon and I are together on this one. The young lady's second place barrel is going to be reserved in this division.
Congratulations to Chesney Ferris. She is your reserve champion, Division 4 Crossbred Barra. Now we're going to get all these division champions back out here, Division 1, 2, 3, and 4, and select our overall Crossbred Barra and our reserve overall Crossbred Barra. At the conclusion of that, we're going to take a break and come back to you at 1 o'clock today with our overall selection of our Market Barra show.
Yeah, another one that's reached out to us is Mr. Brent Bowen at Upper Hand Genetics. He's working on a sale, but he wanted to give a shout to us. Thank you, Brett. As we're waiting for all of these division champions of our other crossbreds get lined up, kind of a little summary. We had 2,495 total barrows here at the San Antonio Stock Show. We had 815 for the second wave and 1,680 for our first wave. In this crossbred drive that we worked on yesterday and today, we had a total of 494 total head for it. It is, this crossbred drive is the second largest breed drive, the largest being the dark crosses that we had in the first wave. We had 503 head in that, and then our third largest was our Duroc breed at 390, and our fourth largest was our Hampshire drive at 360 total head. As far as number of placings, these judges going through 2,495 total head, they awarded 346 sales slots, and that's why it's so competitive here at San Antonio, because there are such few sales slots and such stiff competition. It's also with the with our sale and the auction that San Antonio has worked so hard on. Last year they generated $6.7 million in auction sales. And how do the Barrows line up into the sale? Well, they ranked number 2 in the species. They brought in a little over $2 million, almost $2 million. It was $2,038,000 in revenue. The highest one, highest species is our steer show that brought in a little over $2.5 million. So just the two combined, out of the 6.7, that's over $4.5 million in total auction monies that was raised by our auction committee with the hard work of our buyers and support that was given here at San Antonio.
Absolutely, Wayne. They deserve a massive shout out because they're helping these kids get money and acquire money for their futures. And whether it be college, trade schools, whatever it may be, you're helping them to give them a better future. And you can't say enough about these people.
Oh, yes, and also the scholarships. As we've mentioned
Absolutely.
throughout our show, when they complete this breed right here, they're going to award 10 breeds, $10,000 scholarships, totaling $100,000 in scholarships just for this Barrows show.
That is so awesome. I think Brandon and Eric are having a really good time out here. And we're fixing to gear up for our crossbreed here. We did dark crosses first wave. This is just your regular crossbreed here. We're gonna be selecting between these four divisions to award a champion overall cross barrow, followed by a reserve champion overall cross barrow. Then we're going to take a break until 1 o'clock for the overall selection of our market barrows here at San Antonio. I can't wait for that one.
Oh, yes, and it's going to be a nice award. If you've never watched it, it's a great award ceremony as well because they go ahead and give out these scholarships, and they give out all the awards that these kids have won
Buckles
thus far
and stuff like that. It's going to be fun.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we'll have the grand finale showing for the overall grand and reserve grand overall.
This will be fun to watch because we did Division I and Division II yesterday, and we really liked those barrows, and, they really turned up the heat today on those Division III and Division IVs. So it'll be fun to watch here, Wayne, to see what they do here. I can't wait.
Yeah, I think when we see these breeds coming out after a while at 1 o'clock or 1:30 probably by the time they do all the award ceremony, I think what these guys have really done is you're going to see powerful front ends, big tops, big hips and hind legs, and some muscle with some rib shape, some freshness. I think that they held this all the way through the entire show.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun to see all these different breeds come out, too, to see how they all match up. I think they're all going to be uniform and very like-kinded, no matter what color they are.
And then our audience, along with you and I, Landon, we're gonna do our speculation, and see what we think these guys are going to do.
Oh, yeah, it'll be fun to watch.
Absolutely.
I know Eric told me this morning, Mr. Polich, he said, man, I got up early. I'm excited. It's going to be a fun day today. We've all been waiting in heavy anticipation for this moment coming up later today.
And you can't deny that these guys worked well together because they conferred. They gave every kid a fair opportunity. They went the extra mile to make sure they had more than enough barrows to go through to get down to those 346 placing lots.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all you can ask. We all have our own opinions on how we want to line them up, but they gave that fairness, and that's all you can ask for.
Looks like we're about ready to get it underway here. I'm going to read them. Everybody's excited here in the ring. Okay, so our Division I champion cross barrow went to Brinley Magby. Our Division II coming out now is Mr. Mason Albus. Division III champion is shown by Mr. Kai Blunt. In our Division IV is exhibited by Mr. Keaton Ledbetter. Here we go. I've got two that I think I really, really like here, so I'm interested to see what these guys think. First time we get to see all four divisions out here together.
Yeah, 2 of them were yesterday, so they sure haven't disappointed us any at all, the 2 from yesterday, because they had to keep within their 10-pound weigh back from what they weighed yesterday. He's got a lot to him.
He's very mobile. And he stays within the skeleton really well. Now that I have him all out here.
Well, he's got a lot of rib shape to him, and he's just fresh.
I wish he had a little bit longer neck.
Yeah.
That's the only little, I mean, that's so minor.
But, you know, you take past that, he's as good as they get.
He's amazing. Kind of give up on that calico one, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't even look at him. I think they're kind of thinking reserve, what they're going to do. Right now they're looking at reserve, I think. Seeing, well, what's the next best one out here, so we kind of can be ready for the reserve. You can compare to what comes out second.
Folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together one more time for these kids out here for your champion cross drive. You know, each one of these Barrows comes out, and they are very, very good in their own right. The young ladies Division I, you talk about one that's tall-fronted, up-headed, extremely sound and mobile. That guy's square-backed and you know, just no major holes, no major problems. Young man's Division II Barrow, you know, that's one you really like from a proportion standpoint. That guy's balanced and from the side. I mean, you love that one to death. Love his head shape and the skull that guy has. Feet and bones are really, really good on that one. That one balances as well as anything out here. Division III's got one the young man's driving. You talk about one that's just sound and functional and does a lot of things right. That is a big, big back and a big fresh center cage. Really impressive as he goes away from you. The Division IV, the young man's Spotted Barrow out here. You talk about one that is a creature and he is just burly everywhere. He is heavy boned and opened up. He's got so much substance to him. That's a very, very good kind of barrow. It gets close in our mind, and I'm not going to argue with you if you like him a different way than what we see him. The one that suits us best out here is the one that combines a lot of positives that all the other ones have into one sound, functional, very, very fresh package. The young man right here in front of me is going to have your champion cross.
Congratulations to Mr. Kai Blunt. He is your champion cross barrow. Bringing out our second place, Miss Addison Walser.
young lady second place barrel comes in and reserve in that division, excuse me, and I mean fits in here with what we got. Balance from the side and stoutness of feature, and you get on top of this guy, that's another big fresh back with a good center cage. I guess for Brandon and I, it gets close between a pair of these out here, and again, I'm not going to argue with you if you like them any different than we are. The one we like second best is the one, like Brandon said, that these are just so hard to make. This kind of balance, this kind of symmetry, this kind of proportionality is very good. This guy's running gear is exceptional. He kind of got overwhelmed in terms of just size by the other one that we just used. The Young Man's Division 2 is going to be your reserve.
Mason Albus is your reserve champion, crossbred Barra. Tune in at 1 o'clock for the overall selection of our market Barras here at San Antonio.
So again, there you have it, and just please resume with us. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock for the award ceremony, and as they're giving out the awards and the scholarships to all the breed champions, then we will have the grand champion and reserve grand champion barrow drive of the 2024 75th annual San Antonio Livestock Show Barrow Show. Thank you, and we'll see you at 1.
Test 1 2 test.